Welcome to the March 25th, 2022 California Board of Accountancy meeting. My name is Michael Savoy and I'm President of the California Board of Accountancy. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed to take a roll call to establish a quorum. When Ms. Reed calls your name, please unmute your microphone, state your name, and please remember to mute your microphone once you have stated your name. Ms. Reed?
Nancy Corrigan.
Present.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines.
Good morning, Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines, present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Dee Dee Owens. Katrina Salazar.
Katrina Salazar, present.
Michael Savoy.
Present.
Mark Silverman.
Present.
And Yin Tu.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
I'd also like to thank the CBA staff and the solid team for their assistance in facilitating this virtual meeting. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accounting in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the State Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary action functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Before we convene, please be advised that this meeting is being conducted consistent with the provisions of Governor Gavin Newsom's Executive Order extending Government Code Section 11133 N122, dated January 5th, 2022, which allows the CBA to continue to conduct meetings via teleconference through March 31st, 2022. Members of the public interested in participating in the meeting must join the WebEx meeting. Information and instructions are posted on our website, and all lines are currently on mute. As I facilitate this meeting to allow for proceeding in an orderly manner, lines will remain on mute until I direct staff to open them for public comments. I will announce when we are accepting public comments on the various issues, and staff will open the lines as appropriate. 5 minutes will be allocated to each individual providing comments. I would also like to remind board members and others that are speaking during this meeting to please use the raise the hand feature if you wish to make a motion, ask a question, or just make a comment. This approach is necessary to facilitate the meeting and ensure that the board has the opportunity to complete its necessary business. I appreciate everyone's understanding. At this time, we will start with agenda item 5, which is public comment for items not on the March meeting agenda. The moderator will provide general instructions, and please open it up for public comment.
The moderator, the Q&A feature WebEx is now open. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text field type, I would like to make a comment and send it to all panelists. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Okay, moving on to agenda item 6, which is an update regarding the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy. I'd like to introduce Mr. John W. Johnson, who is Nazba's Director of Legislative and Government Affairs, a position he has held since moving to Nashville in June 2012. Prior to joining Nazba, Mr. Johnson served as Director of Government Affairs of the Florida Institute of Certified Public Accountants, where he was a registered lobbyist responsible for the administration of their government relations program, which included serving as staff liaison to the Florida State Tax Section, the State Legislative Policy Committee, the State and Local Government Section, and the Common Interest Realty Association Section. He's a graduate of Florida State University with degrees in accounting and political science. Mr. Johnson became involved in government at the young age as an intern for former Florida State Senator Van Poole. Upon graduating from FSU, he began his career as an auditor for the Division of Pari-Mutuel Wagering for the Department of Business and Professional Regulation and moved up through the ranks to tax auditor, supervisor, audit administrator, chief of operations, chief of audit, and finally deputy director in the last 12 years with the department. In 2002, he became executive director for the Florida Board of Accountancy and served in that capacity for 4 years. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, President Savoy. If I can have control so I can share my slides, it would be greatly appreciated. There we go, I think so. I take it you can see my slides. Okay, good. And you can hear me. Well, once again, well, good morning and thank you, President Savoy, and the members of the California Board of Accountancy for the opportunity just to provide an update on several issues having an impact on the accounting profession. I'll start with Cpa Evolution and then transition over to the Nazba exam pipeline project. Provide an update on ARPL before finishing up with cryptocurrency. So when it comes to Cpa Evolution, we are, I think as you know, just under 2 years before the rollout of the new CPA exam officially launches, and all appears to be on schedule for that January 1, 2024 launch date. And as you know, Nazba and the ICPA have worked closely with all of our stakeholders right from the beginning of this project to develop the draft model that was released in 2019. The model was presented to the Nazba members at our regional and annual meetings in 2019. The model was also presented at a workshop at the AICPA's Fall Council in 2019. And the feedback received from the profession and all of our state boards was extremely positive. The model and implementation were then officially approved at Nazba's July 2020 Board of Directors meeting and also at the AICPA's 2020 Spring Council meeting, which is really when the broader outreach and engagement really began at that point. And so far, really through the combined efforts of Nazba and the AICPA, we have heard from over 4,000 stakeholders through discussion group presentations and feedback that really continues to be submitted on the feedback at evolutionofcpa.org website. Nazba alone has participated in over 50 presentations to various groups, which includes colleges and universities. We have the CPA review course providers, just to name a few. And as I said, we continue to work with the state boards and state societies to get information out all of the practitioners through their, their formats and newsletters and things to make sure that everybody is aware of what is going on with CPA Evolution. So when it comes to colleges and universities being prepared for the transition of this new exam, there was a faculty survey conducted in March of 2021 to find out how familiar they were with CPA Evolution. And so these results show that 75% of the faculty were familiar with the direction the profession was going in. And as you can see here, there was 31% said that they were very familiar, 44% said they were somewhat familiar. And if you fast forward 6 months in September of 2021, a follow-up survey showed that 95% of the faculty were either somewhat familiar or very familiar with CPA Evolution and the new exam. And of that 95%, 66% said that they were very familiar. The survey also told us that these are really the top three places where they're hearing about CPA Evolution. So we had 45% said attending presentations on CPA Evolution from Nazba and the AICPA, 39% from the American Accounting Association, and 30% from state CPA societies. And so, as you can see by these surveys, it appears that the faculty seem to be plugged in to the changes that are coming with the new exam. When it comes to the changes being made to the exam with respect to structure and content, all applicants will be required to pass the 3 core sections of the exam, which pretty much align with the content that is currently being tested in audit, FAR, and reg. And with BEC going away, the 3 core sections will absorb some of that content from BEC into those 3 cores, as will some of the content within the 3 new disciplines will also be tested in the core sections, as these 3 core sections represent really the skills and the competencies that are needed for all new licensed CPAs to protect the public. So in addition to passing the 3 core sections, the exam candidate is also required to pass one of the 3 new discipline sections, which includes the first one is Information Systems and Controls, also shown here as ISC. This is a much broader than what's currently being tested now on the exam. It's adding much more technology, data analytics, IT audit, and cryptocurrency and the like are on this new section. Business Analysis Reporting, also referred to as BAR. This takes a deeper dive into the advanced accounting, including governmental. It also includes cost accounting, advanced data and analytics, and accounting research. And the third discipline is tax compliance planning, which takes a deeper dive into the areas of tax. And so, for example, this discipline now includes personal financial planning. And as you may know, there are more than 95,000 CPAs who provide financial planning services throughout the United States. And once again, these 3 disciplines are just taking a greater knowledge and skills of the candidate's focus area that they want to focus on. The exam sections can be taken in any order. And although we don't anticipate many, if any candidates taking their discipline sections first, there's always a possibility that if a candidate, for example, takes and passes reg, that candidate has a desire to be a career in tax practitioner, that they would in fact then go to the tax discipline before going back and taking the other sections, the core sections needed to be passed. And so the model curriculum, as I think you all know, was launched in June of 2021. There are over 1,500 educators who participated in that webinar. There were a sample curriculum was presented along with other aids to assist the educators as they navigate through these changes. And so this slide just shows you what is the directional thinking on what we believe will be the content for each of these disciplines, as the exam content, as you know, is determined through the practice analysis, which is currently taking place and almost complete. And based on really the new content being added to the exam, there was a curriculum gap analysis conducted. And this survey was sent to over 1,200 accounting department chairs. And based on the 317 responses that we received, these 5 areas were identified as possible gaps in the accounting curriculum. The green line shows the percentage of programs currently covering these topics. The orange shows the percentage of programs planning to increase the coverage in this area. And the blue line is from a different survey that was just conducted with firms large with 101 CPAs, that these were the skills that they indicated that they need going forward in the future. So based on other surveys conducted since the content was released, it appears from what we're hearing that most of the larger colleges and universities are already teaching a lot of the new content as either a required or an elective at their universities. For the smaller colleges and universities, we continue to hear through Nazba regional meetings and regional calls and other avenues that really the smaller schools are talking about cross-registration of coursework. So if a particular school does not offer a certain required course work, then they can register at another college or university to take that course. We're also hearing that some schools plan to focus on just one discipline and not all 3 disciplines. And there are others, instead of adding new classes, they're talking about considering adding existing content to their existing courses. So their new content to their existing courses. So as it appears, I think that smaller schools are still working their way through the process and being creative in their approach and moving forward. In addition, the AICPA on This Way to CPA website has pulled together over 300 resources that educators can use in the classroom. They continue to do their monthly webinars for educators focusing on the content, and they continue to add resources to this website for educators to use. And so that is a great resource. And so you may ask, what's next? NASBA earlier this month announced a transition policy for candidates that began the testing under the old exam, but have not yet completed the exam process when the new exam was launched. And also in 2022, now that the practice analysis is almost completed, the AICP will be exposing their exam blueprint in July. And this is for a 90-day exposure draft. And really the goal is to have the blueprint finalized by January 1 of 2023 with, of course, a new exam being launched on 1/1 of 2024. Switching over to legislative some issues when it comes to the deregulation of occupations and professions. And as you know, the last time I presented to this board was in January of 2021. And so the Alliance for Responsible Professional Licensing was established as a way for the learned professions to educate policymakers on the importance of maintaining responsible regulatory oversight for highly technical professions such as accounting, and to help us push back against this one-size-fits-all deregulation legislation we've really seen over the last 5 years. Our overall arching goal with ARPL was to create a unified voice within our learned professions, and one that drives a proactive, consistent message on the importance of licensing has on complex technical professions and really public protection, and to ultimately change the narrative in that there are critical differences between occupations and highly technical professions, in that the one-size-fits-all legislation is not a solution and really could have and has had unintended consequences for those professions where the risk is significant for the professions such as accountancy, architecture, and engineering. Prior to ARPL, each year we would probably see a dozen or so op-eds against occupational licensing with no rebuttal to these op-eds. I can tell you since ARPA, we have been very proactive in both national and state media outlets, targeting lawmakers and the public in the response to these negative op-eds, and also placing positive op-eds on the importance of occupational licensing for learned professions. And so, for example, 2 weeks ago, this article was written by ARPA. It's entitled, "The Dangerous Push to Downgrade Professional Licensing," was picked up by a national news outlet called Governing. And if you've not already done so, I encourage you, when you have time, to read this article. And you can find it on Nazba's webpage. And please, share this information with your state government folks as a way to not only educate them about the regulation of the accounting profession, but also really the unintended consequences of this one-size-fits-all legislation can have on the accounting profession. So in addition to the media outreach, ARPA is also, they produce key research and data regarding occupational licensing, and we continue to provide direct support to state boards and state societies to help them push back against harmful deregulation. This map just shows you where deregulation legislation was filed in 2021 that rolled over to 2022. This overlay just shows you the states where deregulation legislation has been filed so far in 2022, and it's good to see that California is still in the gray in this area, so that's good to see. And I can tell you that these bills filed pretty much fall within these 5 categories. Criminal conviction, the least restrictive means needed to regulate, either the sunrise and sunset provisions that are in many statutes, universal licensure, and study commissions that are being talked about in order to look at the regulation of occupations and professions. Switching gears to talk about Nazba's exam pipeline project. And as some of you know, Nazba recently formed a task force. It's made up of internal staff to look at ways that Nazba can assist exam candidates through the process of the exam. And this includes candidates that have gone through Nazba's International Evaluation Services, which is a service that determines if someone's foreign education qualifications qualifies them to sit for the CPA exam. The task force is also looking at individuals who are already in the exam pipeline that we have identified as dropout candidates. These are individuals that we have not heard from lately. And so, for example, Nazba has identified 9,000 candidates who completed their education outside the United States. Their education was verified as being in compliant by Nazba's International Evaluation Services, but for some reason they have not applied to sit for the CPA exam. And so those 9,000 individuals will be getting a survey next month in order to obtain as much information as possible on why they never applied to take the exam. Was it because of COVID? Or perhaps it was the cost of the exam, or was it the work-family exam life balance issues? And so that will be going out next month. The second survey will be sent to those candidates that are already in the pipeline. They have at least applied to sit for the exam. Most of them, or a lot of them, have at least taken at least one section of the exam, but for some reason, we have not heard from them lately. And so that survey is also scheduled to go out sometime at the end of next month. And so the goal is really to get as much information as possible to see if there's anything that we can do moving forward to assist them. Once that information is collected, the task force, they'll put their reports, their findings in the report, and that report will be presented at the regional meetings in June of 2022. The task force is also in the process of identifying and implementing proactive outreach to candidates that have an open notice to test that's about to expire. And we can see that the candidate has not yet scheduled to taking a section of the exam, or maybe they're going to lose a credit on the exam because of the 18-month rolling rule. And so Nazba will begin proactively reaching out to these candidates to encourage them to take the exam so that they don't miss the expiration of their NTS or lose credit. And so the task force is working very diligently. They're also working very closely with the AICPA and Prometric on other ideas that will be talked about at the upcoming regional meetings in June of 2022. Finally, when it comes to cryptocurrency in the profession, we continue to monitor what various committees are doing with respect to ethics and accounting standards. And so, for example, I do know that the AICPA's Professional Ethics Executive Committee, PEAK, at their February meeting this year, announced that they will be appointing a task force to conduct fact-finding to determine how the independence guidance should be applied to digital assets. And so this is one example of what we're seeing. But at this time, I don't have any other information to share with you on cryptocurrency, but we do continue to monitor that and get that information out to our state boards when we see things that come up. And with that, President Savoy, I'll turn it back over to you for any questions that your folks might have.
Thank you for that great presentation. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Johnson? Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you, Michael. So, if I may, please, I want to, both as an exemplar and substantive reasons, question a little bit about the electronic aspects that I forget what the acronym was that you used, but the electronic aspects of your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Is the idea that accounting is moving into, and please understand that I'm a public member, I'm an attorney, I know how to read legislation, I don't know how to be an accountant. Is the idea that accounting is moving into understanding the security parameters, and a computer consultant would tell the accountant, well, here are the different levels? Or is the idea that accountants would know, like, the binary language of computers and the intricacies of chips, and more of an engineering thing? If you can answer that.
Yeah, and I'll ask if Nancy or Katrina to chime in, because they, being on the Nazba board, would a lot of discussion at that level. But I mean, there's just lots of areas in which IT technology is sort of running the engine of what CPAs are looking at these days. And so the education aspect of it is trying to get more of a well-rounded, broad individual with that technology component, which CPA firms are hiring right now to do that. And these are not licensed CPAs.
Right.
So it is a matter of getting them better equipped to serve in the role of a CPA, but also having that more of that knowledge on how things are working, and without relying technically on a non-CPA to tell them information on that data.
Nancy, do you want to chime in?
Thank you, John. That was very informative. Yes, Mr. Jacobson kind of addressed just a bit of what I know, what I'm understanding. A lot of the IT, the technology, data analytics, and that has to do with In the old days and not having these processes available and so much of it being manual, a lot of these software and approaches, newer approaches can help analyze data that was virtually impossible to do before. You can sort data, you can sift out what you want to see in terms of internal auditors or external auditors of companies. As we all know, some of these companies are massive and their transactions are just voluminous. And how do you, wrap your arms around that kind of thing? So a lot of it are approaches like that. Also, internal controls over all these systems and how companies process transactions. And so that is what a lot of that is. Are it suddenly going to turn every accountant into, a computer whiz? I think not. It's more how to use the tools to work with the data to arrive at a conclusion. So hopefully that helps a bit.
It does greatly, and thank you to both of you. Then coupled with both the explanation and the general category, I just don't see anything in California's Accountancy Act that addresses this. California Accountancy Act, which I believe generally follows the Uniform Accountancy Act, doesn't address any of this, and it is very specific as to what an accountant is. Do you have any comment on that, on what we should do about that, how it should, and so forth?
Well, I mean, it'll all come through the CPA exam. And so I've not looked at your rules and how specific you are on some of your education requirements, but that may need to be updated to include some of the new IT requirements that are going to be on the CPA exam. But the exam, I think it currently says probably, as long as it's not listing the old sections of the exam, which I believe it does not now. I think it's been corrected. And so basically you are just taking the uniform accounting exam that is produced by the American Institute of CPAs. And so as far as the content in them, I'm not sure, Nancy, and maybe Nancy knows how specific you are with your education requirements in your statutes or rules.
Katrina, would you want to chime in?
Savoy. So, Dan, my thought on that is, there's a lot of layers we could look at this, but ultimately where the authority we're looking at is the attest function. And in order to be able to opine upon an organization, the auditor needs to be able to understand, analyze, and evaluate the systems, which today are now increasingly complex and largely technical. So my initial response is, Mr. Johnson mentioned, the testing, and it is the national exam, and we do have to ensure, and I believe we have already checked that our rules are consistent with all the exam changes, I think. But this is really an attest function from my opinion, and so I think we're covered in that regard. Maybe Nancy and our staff have a different take on it, but as the environment changes, in order to do the same function, it requires changing knowledge within the organization. And right now it's often outsourced, but adds a lot of value when it's actually part of the education of the accountant who is also doing the work and rendering the opinion. So that's a few comments, and I'm happy to sit back and listen to the rest of it. Thanks.
Nancy, do you have something else to add?
I concur, of course, with Ms. Salazar and what she's saying. So it's kind of a different approach for a changing in business environment, yet a test and audit of those companies with an internal external, it still exists. And also in our CPC meeting yesterday, I'm not sure how many board members were able to observe that. We spoke about how our continuing education requirements are going to be reviewed here in so many months to take a look at making sure what's included as far as getting credit for licensure and renewals and getting the terminology of data analytics, et cetera, included in that as well. So that's all a part of it. So I just wanted to add that last piece.
Thank you. Ms. Tu, you've been waiting anxiously.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation. It was very educational. And staying in the theme of what everybody's been talking about, I know you mentioned that this accountancy is getting, the trend is going toward highly technical in terms of the practice of accountancy. And I'm relatively new and I was trying to educate myself. So I've been meeting with some faculty members at our university in San Diego and things like that just to educate myself. One of the things they share with me is that they're having a hard time finding those highly technical faculty member to work and teach at the universities. Are you finding that to be the trend in other part of the country as well?
No, that's actually a new one I've heard. Most of it has been focused on the content and either creating the new courses to teach it and or adding content to existing courses. I have not heard that as far as the faculty and on that, but I will make a note of that and talk to some other folks that are more in detail entrenched in this and see if they had any more information. I can share that with you all. So
I'm happy to connect you.
Yeah, and that's good to know. And it would be good to also, I don't know if any of those folks are participating on this way to CPA, those monthly calls and things, but I'm sure that'd be very helpful for them also. So yeah, please do. Please connect us with those individuals. That would be great.
I have a question regarding the transition.
Mm-hmm.
Is Nazba and the AICPA going to make recommendations to those folks that have already passed several parts when the new test comes into being? And then is it up to each state board to come up with their own transition plan? Because this is going to affect, I believe, an awful lot of people.
Sure. Well, it's my understanding, and Patty can chime in here too, because I think she's been on the monthly calls with the executive directors. It's my understanding with BEC going away and that being absorbed in other areas, that, for example, if somebody has already passed BEC before the transition over, that BEC will count for one of the disciplines. And so they would have met the requirement for the discipline. The other cores are fairly equally lined up, and so they would just then proceed as normal, taking those other three sections, whatever they haven't passed. If they have not passed BEC by 12/31 of 23, then they would be required to pass one of the disciplines plus the three core. I think there's probably discussions amongst executive directors on, and really internally here about the 18-month rolling window, to extend it to a certain category of individuals that, depending where they are in the process, just because of the exam changing. And so I think those discussions are currently being batted around on what's best for the candidate and what's fair for the candidate.
I think fair is the optimum word.
Yeah.
Nancy, do you have anything else to add?
I'll report a little bit later, but pertinent here. The Computer-Based Test Administration Committee, which I chair, has had several presentations. Of course, Nazba, AICPA, Prometric, and also joint meetings with the Executive Directors Committee, working on transition items and issues such as you're asking, President Savoy, to try to smooth that end in a sense of fairness. So, and definitely none of that is public information just yet, but it will be very soon, and releasing information to state boards as to what they recommend would work best to make all of that happen. I mean, it's a bit gnarly in trying to work out those various timeframes, and that's kind of what is in process right now. I believe the dates and things you mentioned, Mr. Johnson, are correct. It's what I'm understanding, but that's all in the works right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Last comment, because we do need to move along, Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you very much, Michael. And thank you all for the explanations. Katrina, I thought your explanation to me was wonderful, and Mr. Johnson, you have just an excellent presentation. I want to make sure that the test doesn't get over its skis and go beyond what the law says an accountant should do. So I recommend that staff and the board look out for that and make sure that if there is something that is going to go beyond what the specific areas, the specific definition of accountant is, that we talk to legislators about it. Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Johnson, it was a wonderful presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again in the near future before this all takes place. But thank you for this excellent presentation. Nice to see you again.
Good seeing you all. Have a good weekend, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving along to agenda item 6B, the Nazba Committee Interest Form. This agenda item provides members with information regarding opportunities to participate on committees with the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy. Nazba has announced that those interested in serving on committees for the 2022-2023 years should complete the online committee form no later than May 12th of this year. An overview of the time commitment for participation on NASBA's committees is provided in the attachments. OPES reviewed the NASBA 2022-23 committee charges and time requirements and does not believe any of the committees would create a conflict of interest for CBA members. Please note that any board member that is currently serving on a NASBA committee for 2021-2022 committee year would like to continue serving on that committee and will need to reapply for the new committee year. If they do not reapply, then NASBA will assume that they no longer want to serve on that committee. To ensure that the staff tracks CBA members' interest, please email Rebecca Reed when you submit an interest form and provide the committees you are seeking appointment to. If you have any questions regarding NASBA committees, please contact Ms. Reed. If any members have any comments, please use the hand raise feature. And you can see by the handouts that several of our present and future board members did participate to a very large extent on some of these NASBA committees. Seeing no hands, moderator, please open this up for any public comment before we close this section.
The Q&A is now being opened. The instructions are on the screen. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of a square, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text field, type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to agenda item 6C, which is a discussion and possible adoption of the proposed 2023 CBA meeting dates. Ms. Reed.
Good morning. Agenda item 6C provides members with a list of the proposed 2023 CBA meeting dates. Staff have selected the meeting dates to avoid major and religious holidays. Staff also reached out to Nazba regarding their tentative 2023 meeting dates to avoid overlapping meetings to the extent possible. For your reference, attached is the 2023 calendar that reflects the proposed dates. Please note, Governor Gavin Newsom's Executive Order N-122 presently waives the requirement to meet once each in Northern and Southern California. This or future executive orders and changes to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act may impact the format and location of meetings. Meeting locations will be made at a later date. The CBA may choose to make a motion to adopt or modify the proposed meeting dates and locations. And at this time, I would like to turn it back over to President Savoy to request a motion and open it up for public comment.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Ms. Tu?
Motion to adopt the 2023 board dates.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Hines?
I second that motion.
Is there any discussion about these proposal, motion, second? Mr. Jacobson?
Relative to the meetings, does staff or anyone else have any information as to whether the governor is going to do anything beyond March 31 regarding virtual meetings? As it is now, as I read the law, March 31, that's it for now, for allowing for virtual meetings.
Ms. Bowers?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Jacobson. No, not at this point. We have not received any information on what the governor might do in the interim. So we're waiting for additional guidance on that from the department.
Thank you.
Seeing no more comments from board members, are there any public comments regarding the proposed dates?
I've opened up the Q&A feature. The instructions are on the screen. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square, type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, seeing no more comments, can we please call for a vote?
Nancy Corrigan? Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson? Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar? Michael Savoy?
Sorry, yes.
Mark Silverman? And Yen Tu?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6D, the discussion and possible approval of the 2022-2024 CBA strategic plan. Ms. Pierce.
The CBA develops a strategic plan every 3 years to identify goals that will guide the CBA in meeting its consumer protection mission. Staff collaborated with the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Planning Solutions Unit last year to begin preliminary work on the plan. Interviews were conducted with CBA members and surveys filled out by CBA stakeholders. This information was used to form an environmental scan, which was referenced in the strategic planning workshops. After the January meeting, DCA Solid prepared a preliminary strategic planning document. CBA executive staff deliberated and worked further on a final draft to ensure it incorporated board member suggestions and additional areas CBA staff identified to enhance the plan's values, goals, and objectives consistent with your suggestions. I am pleased to present the draft of the strategic plan for your review, edits, and final approval, and I'd like to discuss a few of the changes made to the plan during executive staff's review. The values section was updated to include diversity, equity, and inclusion. Goals were updated to better align with the new objectives in the areas of licensing, outreach, and organizational effectiveness. Originally, enforcement and licensing had the same goal listed, which was maintain an active, effective, and efficient program to maximize consumer protection. Licensing's goal is now proposed to be regulate entry and continuing practice in the profession by ensuring that only those who are qualified are licensed to practice public accountancy. Outreach's goal was previously listed as provide and maintain effective and timely outreach to all CBA stakeholders. While this is accurate, it didn't fully encompass action items within its surrounding efforts to grow and diversify audiences. Staff proposed a change to provide outreach to reach a wide audience, grow audience diversity, and increase consumer protection. Organizational effectiveness goal was originally listed as maintain an efficient and effective team of leaders and professionals by promoting staff development and retention. However, promoting staff development and retention better served as an objective within that goal and is now incorporated into Objective 1 on page 12. The proposed new goal now states, maintain an efficient and effective team of leaders and professionals. For the objectives, some were consolidated and reorganized under a better fitting goal. Some member suggestions from the strategic planning sessions aligned with more detailed action items that staff would undertake within the umbrella of a larger objective. With that in mind, some of the board members' suggested objectives will be included in the project plans for implementation of our strategic plan, or that are already identified in the 2022 Communications and Outreach Plan. And I want to highlight just some of the revisions. For enforcement, there was originally an objective listed as proactively educate consumers on how to report complaints through the CBA's various channels of communication to enhance consumer protection. Being that objective is already an action item within the approved Communications and Outreach Plan, staff updated the language to say, explore opportunities to increase authority to combat unlicensed activity. For licensing, an original objective stated, examine the fee structure and categories of licensure to assist in communicating with licensees and communicate the fee structure and purpose to licensees to strengthen the credibility of the CBA and to nurture the relationship between CBA and licensees. Much of this description includes action items to accomplish within a broader objective of maintain an appropriate fee structure to support CBA operations. The outreach section in particular had many examples of these changes. An original suggestion of identify and partner with national affinity groups to increase diversity and inclusion and to gain a better understanding of the needs of those specific groups is now proposed as a larger objective to include that action item under an objective of foster knowledge of and support for the role and mission of the CBA amongst target audiences. These are just a few examples of proposed changes to enhance the feedback provided by the CBA during the planning sessions, align with the 2022 Communications and Outreach Plan, and to maintain the CBA's focus on consumer protection. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I'll now turn it back over to President Savoy, but I'm also happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to look at this. I think we're going to be asked at this point to approve the draft of the strategic plan and or recommend any changes. Ms. Salazar.
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the strategic plan as presented.
Ms. Tu.
I'll be happy to second it.
Thank you. Any discussion at this point? Okay, since we have a first and a second and no further discussion, can we please open this up for public comment? And also at this time, since I neglected to do this, if there's any public comment regarding the presentation by Mr. Johnson of Nazba.
I've opened up the Q&A feature. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that question mark inside of a square, type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field, and then click on send all to all panelists. Board President, I see no requests being submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. And now, Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan, Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson, Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman, and Yin Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, 6E, a discussion or review of CBA's actions regarding issues identified in the 2018 Sunset Review. Again, Ms. Pierce.
Item is to provide the CBA an opportunity to consider proposed content for inclusion in the CBA's 2023 Sunset Review report. CBA staff have been preparing for its Sunset Review using questions provided by the legislature to the various DCA boards and bureaus that went through Sunset Review in 2021. It's possible the questions may change as we move forward, but we will adjust accordingly and bring any changes to a future meeting. Additionally, Senator Roth, chair of the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, one of two committees that conduct the joint legislative Sunset Review process, introduced Senate Bill 1443, which proposes to extend the CBA's Sunset Review date from 2024 to 2025. The purpose of the extension is to address legislative workload issues resulting from the abbreviated legislative year as a result of the pandemic. While the bill may have a favorable outcome, at present, staff will follow the schedule identified on page 2 of the agenda item regarding CBA review of the Sunset Review report to ensure the CBA meets the current Sunset Review report deadline. For this meeting, we are requesting your review and feedback on the CBA responses to the prior Sunset issues. For ease of reference, each issue identified by the Joint Legislative Sunset Review Committee from the prior Sunset Review is on its own attachment. Within the attachment, the issue is listed at the top of the page, and then there are 3 headings that include the committee staff recommendation, the CBA's 2019 Sunset Review response, which were provided to the legislature in 2019, and the new information titled Proposed 2023 Sunset Review Response, which is the focus of today's discussion. The proposed response provides an update on the issue that was identified. I will provide a brief overview of each attachment, and I can answer questions at the end. However, if a member has a question at any time, please feel free to ask. So moving on to issue 1, which is on attachment 1. Should the legislature increase the CBA's statutory maximum for license renewal and initial permit fees? As part of the CBA sunset legislation, Assembly Bill 1521, a statutory minimum was established and the statutory maximum was increased for both license renewal and initial permit fees. The increase was effective January 1, 2020. While this has significantly increased the CBA's revenues, it has not completely addressed the ongoing negative annual cash flow. As you will notice in the narrative here, this is just a preliminary response. We will need to update the information for end of fiscal year and once we have received the outcomes of the fee analysis. On to issue 2, which is on attachment 2. Should the CBA be allowed to consider certain applicants' past actions as grounds for the denial of an application for CPA licensure? In 2018, Governor Brown approved Assembly Bill 2138, which amended the Business and Professions Code relating to licensing professions and vocations by boards within DCA, effective July 1, 2020. Specifically, AB 2138 impacted a board's authority to deny, revoke, or suspend a license on the basis of a criminal conviction or professional misconduct. The CBA requested 2 carve-outs as it related to the new provisions. As noted on page 3 of the attachment, when the legislature extended the CBA sunset date with the passage of AB 1521, the legislature added Business and Professions Code section 5100.2, which created the 2 requested carve-outs following the changes resulting from the passage of AB 2138. The 2 carve-outs are identified on page 3 as items 1 and 2. Issue 3, which is on attachment 3. The CBA lacks automation and online services, which has impacted processing timeframes and its level of customer service. Does the board have a plan to address this issue? As noted in our proposed response, the CBA continues to work closely with DCA on its business modernization project to achieve its goal of creating a more efficient and automated licensing and enforcement process for consumers, applicants, licensees, and other stakeholders. The proposed response identifies our successes to date and will be updated with additional modernization projects as they are completed. On to issue 4, which is on attachment 4. Excuse me, the CBA is seeking to automate the delivery of its update newsletter to reduce its environmental impact and lower costs. As noted in the proposed response, the CBA transitioned to an electronic distribution of update in spring 2020. The transition has been smooth and there have been significant cost savings. And we will update the various budgetary information with end of fiscal year information in addition to the volume of hits that are received on the update publication. Moving to issue number 5 on attachment 5. To enhance its communication capabilities, the CBA is seeking authority to require its licensees to provide an email address. As noted in the proposed response, the CBA has used the licensee emails for various outreach campaigns, including, but not limited to, recruitment for its advisory committees, notification of investigative CPA position vacancies at the CBA, rulemaking proposals, and notification regarding the availability of its update newsletter. Presently, the CBA has approximately 86,000 licensee email addresses. However, with the implementation of CBA Connect, the CBA's online license renewal system, individuals are required to provide an email address. So it's anticipated that this will enable the CBA to obtain an email address for nearly all of its licensees. Issue 6 on attachment 6. Why is it necessary or beneficial to the CBA's operations to hire additional permanent staff? As noted in the proposed response, in fiscal year 2019-20, the CBA received 10 full-time positions which replaced all temporary positions that were addressing ongoing workload. The additional permanent staff had a positive impact on the workload and contributed to the CBA attaining and maintaining processing timeframes well below its goal of 30 days for CPA examination and CPA licensure applicants. And last, issue number 7, which is on attachment 7. Does the new test for determining employment status as prescribed in the court decision Dynamex Operations West, Inc. v. Superior Court have any potential implications for licensees working in accountancy as independent contractors? As noted in the proposed response, the CBA is not aware of any issues or concerns regarding the Dynamex decision and has not needed to discuss this topic since the prior Sunset Review report. That concludes my presentation, and I will now turn it back over to President Savoy, and I'm happy to address any questions from members.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. At this point, I'd like to open it up for any comments, direction to the staff regarding any of these issues by board members. No, I don't see any. Can we open it up for public comments regarding this presentation?
This is the moderator. I've opened up the Q&A. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of the square and type, "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. I have a question. It says that we're anticipating submitting this in late 2022. When will we expect to see before presentation?
Thank you, President Savoy. We anticipate having a final an initial draft of the entire report provided to the board in September, and then an additional presentation at the November meeting to address any edits or recommendations. So the board will have 2 meetings to have any final review and provide comments to staff.
Thank you. Great report. I look forward to it. I've obviously been through many sunset reviews. We always come out shining like a star. Thank you. Okay, at this point, let's move on to 6F. A presentation by the Consumer Affairs Director's report by Ms. Brianna Miller, who joined the DCA first as a student assistant and then in 2010, a permanent employee. Since then, she's served in several capacities at the Department of Consumer Affairs, including working in both the board and a bureau, serving as a DCA Policy Review Committee coordinator, a strategic planner and facilitator, and as the program manager for Landscape Architects Technical Committee. Ms. Miller joined the board and bureau's relations as manager in the fall of 2018. Ms. Miller.
Thank you for that introduction. Because I'm seeing her on my screen right now, as a fun fact, that student assistant role, I had the pleasure of working with Assistant Executive Officer Deanne Pierce at that time. So it's wonderful to see her again and to join you all today. So with that, I will get started. So good morning. I'm Brianna Miller with the Department of Consumer Affairs Board and Bureau Relations. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide a department update to your board today. I'd like to start my report with an update on COVID-19 safety measures. DCA appreciates all board members and staff who have continued to serve through a pandemic that has affected all of us in so many ways. As California moves past the recent Omicron surge and into a new endemic reality, new state public health guidance has relaxed mandatory face coverings. Masks are still strongly encouraged in indoor settings and in some high-risk settings, such as healthcare facilities. Face coverings are required for everyone, regardless of vaccination status. Local orders may be more restrictive to respond to community conditions, so please be aware of changing public health guidance and remember that as state representatives, we are all expected to adhere to state and local orders while carrying out our duties. Moving on to an update on remote meetings and vaccination verification. On January 5th, Governor Newsom signed an executive order that extends the sunset date in Assembly Bill 361, allowing boards and committees to meet remotely through March 31st of this year. To the question asked a little bit ago, I unfortunately do not have information about whether an extension of this executive order will occur, but DCA is committed to keeping your board informed of any new information as it arises. And to that end, I'm happy to report that on January 31st, Assemblymember Quirk introduced new legislation, AB 1733, which would permanently allow boards and committees to meet remotely while also providing both virtual and physical options for members of the public to participate. If this bill is passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, it would take place immediately. But since we can't be certain that AB 1733 will be enacted or when, boards should prepare for the possibility of in-person meetings after March 31st. Before attending any in-person board meeting, members must verify full vaccination with DCA's Office of Human Resources or participate in COVID-19 testing. If members have not yet done so, please submit your proof of vaccination. Your participation will assist DCA in planning for testing at future meetings. Please do this as soon as possible and don't hesitate to reach out if you need assistance. And I am optimistic about the opportunity, about the future, and look forward to seeing you all in person one day. In planning for the future, I'm also happy to report that the Headquarters 1 hearing room location is once again available for board meetings. This room was previously being used for COVID-19 testing by the department, but DCA has reopened it to support upcoming in-person board meetings. So notably, the DCA Headquarters 1 and Headquarters 2 hearing room locations support hybrid meeting functionality, and DCA will continue to explore how we can expand departmental resources to support additional hybrid meeting locations in the future. So now I'd like to transition to some updates from DCA, starting first with the Regulations Unit. The department's Regulations Unit was created in 2020 to address the regulatory needs of the department's boards, bureaus, committees, and commission, while also improving the quality of the regulations. Prior to the unit's establishment, the department's boards and bureaus completed just 18 regulations in 2019. But after the unit was established, it delivered immediate results. The department more than tripled the number of regulations it completed in 2020 and 2021. And unlike prior years, none of the regulations were rejected by the State Office of Administrative Law. The unit, now in its third year, will continue to build on the success of the first 2 years and anticipates completing even more regulations this year. This unit has created new management tools that will continue to improve the process and help track from start to finish every regulation that will be completed this year so that there's complete transparency in the process. The department is looking forward to working with your board on another productive regulatory year. Next, an update on DCA's Enlightened licensing project. This work group was formed in 2020 to utilize licensing subject matter experts within the entire DCA. The group's purpose is to help individual boards and bureaus streamline and make their licensing processes more effective and efficient by utilizing best practices, information technology, and cost-saving measures. The first deep dive, which was conducted for the Board of Registered Nursing, has completed, and we anticipate that a report will be released very soon with recommendations that can be used by all boards and bureaus to improve their processes. And after the successful first round, the work group will soon begin directly assisting another board or bureau. And next, I'd like to introduce DCA's new Compliance and Equity Officer. As DCA looks toward the future, Director Kirkmeyer continues to lead the department towards continual improvement and excellent service. DCA is pleased to announce that Tanya Corcoran began serving as the department's first Compliance and Equity Officer this month on March 2nd. Ms. Corcoran brings years of hands-on experience with DCA's boards and bureaus to this new position, most recently having served as the Chief Deputy Registrar at the Contractor State License Board. This new position will oversee DCA's solid training and planning services, organizational improvement office, equal employment opportunity office, and the internal audits office. Bringing these offices together under Ms. Corcoran's experienced leadership will be a tremendous benefit, allowing DCA to better identify and analyze emerging issues department-wide and provide timely services to our divisions, boards, and bureaus. And finally, a reminder about required board member trainings in Form 700. And that reminder is, well, you as board members have training and reporting requirements. Speaking specifically to the Form 700 requirement, each year members are required by law to file a Form 700 before the April 1st deadlines or unfortunately face penalties from the FPPC. Some of you may have seen my reminder emails, and we appreciate your efforts to file early. And as there are still a few who have not yet done so, please know that Board and Bureau Relations is happy to assist you in any way that we can to help you meet this filing deadline. There also is available for assistance DCA's filing officer and legal counsel, and I'm happy to direct you as needed. So that concludes my presentation. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. And if there's anything we can do to assist your board, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you, and I'll hand it back over to President Savoy.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Is there any questions or comments from Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. My question deals with meeting rooms 1 and 2, of which I'm not familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Are they good for ventilation and big?
Yeah, yes, they are pretty large hearing rooms, and those are at DCA's 2 locations in the Natomas area. So those, as I mentioned, have hybrid meeting functionality. So for our boards that are looking to look into those options for the next phase of meetings going back into in-person. Those are available options to our boards.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other board comments or questions? I'd like to open it up to the public to see if they have any questions of Ms. Miller.
I've opened up the Q&A feature in WebEx. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of a square, then type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Miller. We certainly all look forward to possibly meeting in person. Again, it's been a while, but thank you again and appreciate your great report.
Thank you.
All right, since we're fairly ahead of schedule, let's continue going along before we take our morning break. Now we have item number 7, report of the Vice President regarding recommendations for appointment or reappointments to the Qualifications Committee.
Thank you, President Savoy. Yes, we only have one agenda item today, and it's regarding the Qualifications Committee. This item's to recommend the appointment of Renard Chow, CPA, to the Qualifications Committee. The committee assists the CBA in its licensure activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensure and making recommendations to the board. This includes conducting work paper reviews with the applicant or the employer present to verify that the responses provided are reflective of the requisite experience for licensure. I've conferred with the CBA executive officer to verify that each individual has met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member of the QC. I would like to make a motion to appoint Renard Chow, CPA, to the Qualifications Committee effective today, until March 31st, 2024. And I'll turn it back to President Savoy.
Thank you. We have a duly formed motion. Do I have a second, Ms. Tu?
Second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, can we open it up to see if there's any public comment before we take a vote?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on your screen shortly. If you would like to participate, click on that question mark icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, let's call for a vote.
Corrigan,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens, Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Yen Tu. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving ahead to item 8, a discussion of the fiscal year 2021-2022 mid-year financial statement from our distinguished Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Salazar.
President Savoy, for that. Provided in the packet for our members as well as the public is a review of the mid-year financial report. So that is 6 months of operations, which brings us halfway through the 21-22 fiscal year. You may notice that the Board of Accountancy budget authority for the year is now set at $18,077,000. So this budget number reflects the restoration of staff compensation, adjustments to the DCA pro rata expense line, and the mandatory 5% reduction in operating expenses, which many of you will recall discussing previously. As noted on page 2, the actual expenditures and encumbrances as of December 31st, 2021 were over $9.4 million and represent 52% of the CBA budget. So just about half, which is, as board members, what you would hope for halfway through the year. So based upon the actual expenditures for these 6 months, the current projection is that the Board of Accountancy will end the fiscal year with a budget surplus of 6.83%. So thank you to the team at CBA for all the hard work with these numbers. Breaking it down a little further, we've got some things to call out, and that is enforcement expenditures. So through this 6-month period, it totaled just over $394,000, but those are projected to reach over $700,000 by year end. So just a reminder that those expenses continue with those operations. Revenue through the 6 months was approximately $9.2 million. So that's an increase of approximately 2.2% over the same period last year. And if you look at numbers, revenue projections through the end of the year are just going to be over 17.6 million, and that excludes the reimbursements. So those reimbursements were $112,000 as well. One of the items that our board continues to watch and discuss is the fund condition. So you may remember this has been an issue with sunset review discussion. So that item is on page 7. And the current projection is that the Board of Accountancy will end our current fiscal year with 7.7 months in reserve. Everyone is curious to get updated about the $10 million loan to the general fund, and you'll notice that that's displayed under the transfer to other funds, and the impact is shown in the months in reserves at the end of the 21-22 year and beyond. So current expectations are that that will be repaid in fiscal year 23-24. So with that concludes my presentation. I'd like to again thank the staff for all of their hard work, and I'm happy to answer a question, and we have great staff available online as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that great report. Ms. Owens?
Yes, thank you for the details. I just had a question about line 2 and the temporary positions and just the increase from 2021, well, basically from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. Is that due to the number of open positions that exist, or can you provide just some background on that?
Ms. Pierce?
Part of the reasoning for the increase is that we've had some staff vacate the Board of Accountancy and retire. And when that happens, we have a payout of money. And so we've typically taken it from that particular line item, their leave balances, their vacation, et cetera. So we've had an increase in that area.
Is that line 3 or line 2?
Line 2.
Okay, so basically the lump sum payouts in the 76,000 that's sitting in there. Okay.
Actually,
or is that line 3?
Thank you. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I apologize. We've had with COVID creating some increases in the workload that we've now kind of gotten under wraps. We've increased some of our temporary help over the last year or so, 6 months. So we are seeing some increases in that area. But I can get a little bit more detail on that, on why the increase, that significant increase, and maybe follow up with you or report back at the next meeting.
Yeah, it would be helpful. And then the projection to year end is also significantly different than the prior year. So I'm just curious to understand that, and if there's just a challenge in, recruiting and hiring for any open positions.
Yeah, I do know that that is specific to our temporary, our seasonal. We also have some limited term positions. We have some positions that we call in the blanket that we're paying out because of, like, for example, we have one of our staff member who is working focused on business modernization, and we backfilled behind her. So the money to pay for those backup positions comes out of our temporary help budget. So we have a couple of those going on right now. So I can get a little bit more detail on that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from our board? Seeing none, please open it up for any public comments or on the presentation of the budget.
The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field, and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Let's move on to item 9, report of the Administrative Division, 9A. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you. So this is the report of the Administration Division, which provides updates on administration, information and planning, and information technology units at the CBA. Recently, face covering mandate that was in place was lifted. Face coverings are still strongly recommended for all individuals, regardless of vaccination status, and employees may still wear face coverings if they choose and are encouraged to continue safe practices. Legislation has been introduced to extend the CBA sunset review date by 1 year from 2024 to 2025. As discussed in item 6E, staff has begun the preparation of the report to be ready in the event the legislation does not pass. The Office of Administrative Law has approved the practice privilege notification form rulemaking package, and the changes will go into effect on April 1, 2022. In staffing updates, the CBA has hired a new staff services manager in the Enforcement Division. There is also a new opening for an investigative CPA, bringing the total investigative CPA accountant positions vacancies to 3. Staff worked on the stakeholder feedback survey, including new and revised questions and increased mentions in our social media posts, in the update newsletter, and will be more prominently displayed on our new CBA website that's coming up in the next couple of months. And staff continue its progress on the business modernization pilot project with the CBA Connect online license renewal system scheduled to launch in April and an online complaint form launching in May. And that concludes my report. I'll turn it back to President Savoy, but I'm happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Any board member questions? Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. And if this is not the appropriate place to ask this, if someone could tell me what it is, I'd appreciate it. But as this is administration, I want to say that I think I speak for everyone that to say to Patty that we're very sorry to see you go and very happy that you're able to fulfill yourself and retire. On that, my question to staff and to Helen is, what, if any, role does the board have in retaining a not that a replacement is possible, but a replacement for Patty?
Ms. Bowers.
And for those nice comments. So the board will actually be very actively involved in selecting the next executive officer. They'll work closely with the Department of Consumer Affairs HR office. There'll be a national recruitment process. It'll go out nationally. Once applications come in, then the board has a couple choices how it might select the next EO. It could establish a task force of board members to review the applications and vet them, or it could make the decision to do it as the entire board looking at the applications and vetting them. Then there would be an interview process, and then ultimately, by vote of the board members, the selection is made. And that recruitment will start in around January or so of next year, and that will give the board ample time between January and August to make that final selection. So I hope that answers your question, but if there's additional questions, happy to respond.
It does answer my question. I thank you, and I congratulate you.
Ms. Salazar.
Thank you. I second the congratulations. I do have a question for Ms. Pierce. Would you refresh my memory on the update on regulations in the administrative report on the satisfactory evidence item that was withdrawn from OAL? Do we have a timeline of when that might come back to the board? If it's available, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
We anticipate bringing that back to the board at the May board meeting for them to review some adjustments in the language, and then we will continue back on with the process. We have a 1-year time frame from when we file the original package, the original notice with the Office of Administrative Law, and that was in November of 2021. So we do have some time on that, but we do plan to bring it back to the board in May.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this report from board members? Seeing none, I'd like to open it up for any public comments on this agenda item.
The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark icon, type "I would like to make a comment" in the ask field, and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Moving ahead to item 9B, an update on the California Board of Accountancy's communications and outreach by Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you, President Savoy and members of the board. I'm Patrick Ibarra, Information and Planning Officer with CBA, and I will be presenting on the Communications and Outreach Report. CBA has produced 2 more episodes of the Accounting for California podcast since the January CBA meeting. One discussed the topic of license renewal with CBA License Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit Manager Sarah Benedict, and the other focused on the early exam entry changes brought about from Assembly Bill 298, the CBA-sponsored legislation from last year. These CBA podcasts allow interested parties to go in-depth into topics to gain a broader knowledge of the subject than they would from just a quick social media post or an article in a newsletter. Future episodes are currently being planned. The CBA participated in 2 outreach events over the winter, with another scheduled for April. President Savoy spoke to the Rotary Club of Signal Hill over Zoom at the beginning of March. He discussed consumer-related topics such as license verification, finding enforcement actions taken against a CPA or firm, and provided tips on how to choose the right CPA. Don't worry, President Savoy, there's no recording to broadcast here today. In January, CBA Assistant Executive Officer Deanne Pierce spoke at the California Society of CPAs 2022 California Legislative Summit event, where she had a Q&A session facilitated by Jason Fox of Cal CPA and was able to share CBA priorities for the new year and answer attendee questions. Another event is in the planning stages with California State University San Bernardino. It is their annual Beta Alpha Psi banquet in which the CBA plans to give a presentation and answer student questions. Be on the lookout for the latest update newsletter featuring an interview with your very own CBA Secretary-Treasurer, Katrina Salazar. In it, Ms. Salazar talks about her time as Nazba's Pacific Regional Director and now an at-large board member, and the importance of California being represented on the national stage. There are also interviews with one member of each of our advisory committees, including Jennifer Ziegler, CPA from the Enforcement Advisory Committee, Laura Ross, CPA from the Peer Review Oversight Committee, and Jeffrey Baginski, CPA from the Qualifications Committee. Update issue number 95, dated spring 2022, will be published within the next couple of weeks. When CBA Connect, the CBA's new online license renewal system launches, materials to communicate its availability will be sent to our licensees. An article will be in Update 95, an e-news message will be sent, and social media posts will trumpet the new online capability. A new graphic will also be produced for use in the messaging, both on the CBA website and on social media. The latest CBA video is heading toward the filming and production stages. This video will hopefully entertain as well as educate viewers on the 4 E's that make up CPA licensure requirements. That's examination, education, experience, and ethics. You'll see me in the video, along with David Hemphill, the host of our podcast series. Keep on the lookout. Staff created a press release to announce the formation and membership of the Consideration of CPA Experience Requirements Task Force, or CERT, which is a breath of fresh air, by the way. The press release was posted on the website, and an e-news message with a link to the release was sent to interested parties. We look forward to the work this group will accomplish, starting with its first meeting next week. I'd like to take some time to focus on social media now. Social media continues to be an excellent way to reach many of our stakeholders who may not regularly interact with the CBA. Excuse me. We will be showing a video here, that's why I'm pausing. Can we get the video going, please? Thank you. Our most followed platform is Facebook, where over 5,000 individuals follow CBA. You can learn a lot about our audience with Facebook's Insights feature. It's interesting to note that about 2/3 of the CBA following is from the USA, and we also have over 200 followers from both Egypt and India. The predominant group of our followers, as you can see, is 25 to 44. I'm talking too fast, apparently. Scrolling through the last few weeks of our posts, you will notice everything from an announcement of a podcast episode announcing the CERT Task Force, a post about volunteering to serve on a CBA advisory committee using a great quote from Ms. Ziegler of the EAC, and a series of posts we did around National Consumer Protection Week, some in conjunction with the Department of Consumer Affairs. Each day, we highlighted a different aspect of how the CBA protects the consumers of California. There's even a post in Spanish in there about water conservation, and we aim to publish more bilingual posts in the near future. We do occasionally amplify messaging as requested by the governor's office, too. I've mentioned before that our social media channels also serve as customer service chats. An example of this is when the CBA staff respond to the large number of direct messages received on our Facebook page, which often consists of applicants asking questions about the CPA exam or specific requirements about licensure. Our most rapidly growing social media account is LinkedIn, though. It has grown 53% in the last 12 months and should surpass 2,000 followers within the next 2 weeks. This platform of professionals gets some of our biggest interactions, regularly receiving several hundred impressions per post, with some even being seen by over 1,000 individuals. Twitter continues to be a very active platform, especially among our younger stakeholders. With over 3,300 followers, the CBA maintains an active presence on Twitter and also receives a good amount of direct message questions on this platform. I am excited to use these platforms even more effectively in 2022 with more imagery, more videos, and the potential development of a new series of posts regarding disciplinary actions taken against licensees. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I will now turn it back over to President Savoy, but I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick, for a great report. Ms. Salazar, do you have a question or is a hand raised from the last time? Ms. Tu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great report, Patrick. And as you're speaking, I just went in and followed Facebook and LinkedIn, and I'm going to do Instagram and all those stuff as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments, can we open it up to see if there's any public comments, please?
Open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. At this time, I think it's appropriate to have a break. So let's break until, let's use round numbers, 11 a.m., at which point we'll come back. Just to let you know, my objective would be to get through as many items as possible before lunch and maybe even get it all done before lunch. But let's take a look and see what's left. See you all in about 18 minutes. Thanks. Everybody back? Okay, moving along. Item number 10. Let's start with the report from the Enforcement Advisory Committee. Mr. Aguilera.
Thank you, President Savoy. During the break, I had a chance to become a follower of the CBA's Facebook website. So if you see a spike this morning, that's part of it. I'd also like to thank Ms. Bowers for all of her work, heart, and efforts, and to congratulate her. She and her team makes the volunteer experience easy and very worthwhile. So thank you, Ms. Bowers, and congratulations. My name is Doug Aguilera, and I'm the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair. I would like to note a previous version of the CBA agenda had a typo and indicated the EAC meeting date as February 5th, 2022. I would like to clarify that this report is for the EAC meeting held on February 3rd, 2022 via the online platform WebEx. I would like to thank CBA member Ms. Owens. It's always a pleasure when she attends our EAC meeting and provides an update on CBA activities. Thank you, Ms. Owens. Our next EAC meeting will be held on May 12th, 2022, and we are scheduled to conduct 2 investigative hearings in conjunction with the meeting. At this time, I would like to turn the discussion on this item back over to President Savoy, and I would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Aguilera? Can we open it up for any public questions or comments on this item?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that icon with the question mark and type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aguilera. I appreciate that. Next, the report of the Qualifications Committee. Mr. Timothy Jones, the Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Timothy Jones, and I am Vice Chair of the Qualifications Committee. It is my pleasure to be with you here today. The Qualifications Committee last met on January 26, 2022, using the WebEx platform. Since November of 2021, we have conducted 2 subcommittee meetings. There have been a total of 8 Section 69 reviews and 4 personal appearances. 7 applicants were recommended for approval of a CPA license, and 5 applicants were deferred. The Qualifications Committee's next public meeting will take place on July 27, 2022. That concludes the Qualifications Committee report. I will now turn it back over to President Savoy.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Are there any questions of our board? Please open it up if there's any public comments regarding his report.
The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark icon and type "I would like to make a comment" and send it to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you for your report. We now move to agenda item 10C, the Peer Review Oversight Committee, Mr. Jeffrey DeLizer.
Hi, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Jeff DeLizer. I'm the chair of the CBA's Peer Review Oversight Committee. Our committee held its meeting via the WebEx video conference on February 18th of 2022. And I'd like to thank CBA member Dan Jacobson for attending that meeting and providing an overview of the CBA's activities from its January 20th and 21st meeting. Our committee discussed and provided feedback regarding the approval of its April 2021 and December 2021 meeting minutes, and discussed various committee oversight activities that had occurred since our last meeting. Ms. Center provided the committee with information regarding the CBA's newly established CPA Experience Requirements Task Force, the CERT, and the 2022 CBA Leadership Priorities. Lastly, our committee reviewed and approved its 2021 Proc annual report, which I will present on in a following agenda item. Our next committee meeting will be held on May 13th of 2022. That completes my report here on our meeting, and I'll turn it back over to President Savoy and be happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you. Why don't you move ahead to agenda items 2 and 3, and then we'll open it up for any further discussion and public comment at that time.
All right. The second item is to provide an overview of the Peer Review Oversight Committee in its purpose and function. And we've got some slides here that'll go along, and we'll try to time these out as best we can as I go through this. Before I begin, though, I'd like to point out a typo in the materials that the board received. The bottom of the second page of attachment 2, there's a number 47 that appears in the second sentence of 48C that should not be there. Let's start, slide 2. Let's start by defining peer review and describing who undergoes a peer review. A peer review is a study, appraisal, or review of the accounting and auditing work of a CPA firm by a licensed CPA who is unaffiliated with the firm being reviewed. It's to ensure that it was completed, the accounting and auditing work was completed with the applicable professional standards. This review is conducted by peers who are trained and licensed CPAs authorized by California's approved peer review provider to conduct such evaluations and appraisals. Peer reviews are a condition of license renewal and must be completed by all California licensed accounting firms, including sole proprietors, who provide accounting and auditing services. They occur once every 3 years. California's approved peer review provider is the program that the AICPA has produced. Next slide. The vision of peer review is directly tied to consumer protection by promoting quality in accounting and auditing services provided by firms and ensuring that firms are adhering to professional standards. Slide 4. The Proc, our meeting, is comprised of 7 CPAs. Presently, the Proc has 1 vacancy. The next slide. I'm presently serving as in the role of chair for the Peer Review Oversight Committee. Laura Ross is our vice chair, and our other members include Fausto Hinojosa, Nick Peterson, Sharon Selleck, and Fiona Tam. Next slide. Now that we've defined peer review and its goals, what is the purpose of the Peer Review Oversight Committee? The purpose of the committee is to act as the advisory committee to the CBA and provide recommendations as necessary to ensure the effectiveness of peer review. The Proc conducts approximately 4 public meetings annually. Additionally, individual Proc members participate in assigned activities outside of those public meetings. Most of the work of the Proc committee is conducted outside of those meetings. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the AICPA is the sole CBA-approved peer review program provider in California. The AICPA uses the services of administering entities to conduct peer reviews in various states. In California, the AICPA uses the services of the California Society of CPAs as its peer review program administering entity. The Proc assists the CBA in its oversight of the peer review program by ensuring that the AICPA and CalCPA administer the peer review program in accordance with the standards adopted by the CBA. The next slide. The Proc members during the year conduct an annual administrative site visit at the California Society of CPAs. The administrative site visit is the most comprehensive oversight activity performed by the Proc, and it includes the Proc conducting reviews of peer reviews that have been accepted by the provider on a sample basis. Proc members also attend AICPA peer review committee meetings to monitor that the provider is adhering to the minimum standards set forth by the CBA. Committee also attends selected report acceptance body meetings to observe and determine whether the meetings have met the expectations to be effective in their role of the peer review process. Also, members attend selected peer review board meetings to observe how the peer review board executes its duties in the meeting and determine whether this aspect of the peer review process is operating effectively to benefit California. Members also attend peer review training courses to ensure that the program maintains or increases peer reviewers' current knowledge related to performing and reporting on peer reviews. Also, members collect peer review related statistics specific to California. The AICPA provides peer reviewer related statistics to the Proc twice annually. Additionally, the California Society of CPAs provides statistics related to the peer reviews conducted and performed in the state twice annually as well. Proc members also monitor out-of-state administering entities that operate under the AICPA to ensure that they are held to the same regulatory standards as California by reviewing those out-of-state entities' AICPA oversight reports. This is necessary as accounting firms operating in California may have peer reviews conducted and administered by out-of-state administering entities. The next slide. Proc members document these various oversight activities by using established checklists. The checklists are tailored to the oversight activity, and they ask pertinent questions, including a summary as to whether or not the activity that was observed met the minimum expectations. In the next slide. Additionally, the Proc would evaluate any future applicants to become board-recognized peer review providers and recommend approval or denial to the CBA. We would also recommend withdrawal of an existing board-recognized peer review program provider if that were to occur. We would review peer review-related exposure drafts and attend AICPA peer review conferences as they're held. Next slide. Lastly, the Proc recently completed its 2021 annual report, which I'll be presenting in the next item on the agenda. The annual report includes a more comprehensive information on the prior year's activities, accomplishments, and information on the oversight functions the committee performs, and various statistical data as well. Based on this information, the annual report also provides a recommendation to the CBA as we're moving forward. That completes my overview. President Savoy, would it be best if I continue on, or should we open it up for any questions at this point?
Let's continue, and then we can sum it all up with votes and comments, questions, and public comments. Thank you.
Perfect. So the next item of the report is the 2021 Peer Review Oversights Committee's annual report. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow Proc members for their dedication and hard work over the past year, and also to CBA staff who help us put together this comprehensive report. The 2021 Proc annual report includes information on the various activities and accomplishments and information on the oversight functions performed by the Proc and various statistical data. At its February 2022 meeting, our committee reviewed and approved this Proc 2021 annual report. The administrative oversight functions of the Proc are captured in three main sections in the annual report: the peer review oversight of the California peer review program, statistical monitoring and reporting on California peer review statistics, and statistical monitoring and reporting on California peer reviewer statistics. Based on our oversight, the Proc concluded that the AICPA peer review program functioned effectively in accordance with the standards adopted by the CBA. The Proc recommends that the committee continue to engage in activities to gather information from the AICPA as well as the California Society of CPAs regarding the sufficiency of the peer reviewer population and the anticipated recruitment activities will present to the CBA at a future date. Additionally, the Proc recommends that the CBA adopt the 2021 annual report and continue to provide guidance to our committee concerning the oversight activities. That concludes all of my agenda items, and so I will turn this back over to President Savoy and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First order of business is I'd like a motion to accept the report and a second, and then we can open it up for questions, comments, etc. Mr. Jacobson.
I so move, and if I may take one sentence to say that it was a pleasure to attend the meeting. I heard nothing but professionalism from Jeffrey and from all of his members.
Thank you. Ms. Hines. Thank you. Is there any further comment from our board? Can you open it up for any public?
The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to our panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, do you have another comment or your hand's still up from last time? Okay. The one question I had is I know we've been experiencing shortages in peer reviewers. How have you addressed that and dealt with that, Mr. DeLizer?
Over the past, and it's probably been 2 or 3 years since the CBA first kind of brought this to our committee and said, hey, can you look into this? We've had quite a bit of correspondence back and forth between our committee and the AICPA and the California Society of CPAs, as well as directly from the CBA to the AICPA. There's been a lot of communication back and forth. We've gotten some statistics from the AICPA. Both the kind of the summary of all of this communication back and forth is that the AICPA and the California Society believe that the current peer reviewer population is sufficient to meet the demand as we sit here today. However, without future recruitment activity, there is the potential, they can kind of see the writing on the wall that there is the potential that there will be difficulties in the future. However, they have assured us in those communications that there is activities that will be to recruit additional peer reviewers.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Yes.
Dan Jacobson. Dee Dee Owens.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar. Michael Savoy.
Yes.
Mark Silverman. And Yen Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. I would like to personally, for myself and on behalf of the board, thank Mr. Doug Aguilera, Chair of the Enforcement Advisory Committee, Mr. Timothy Jones, Vice Chair of the Qualifications Committee, and Jeff DeLizer of the Peer Review Oversight Committee for your tremendous work. The board greatly appreciates all your time and effort in making these advisory committees to the board successful. So thank you, one and all. Moving ahead to item 11, report of the Enforcement Chief, Mr. Franzella.
Thank you, President Savoy. Good morning, members. Again, I'm Dominic Franzella, and I'm the CBA's Chief of Enforcement. So the activity report before you members today is for the first 7 months of fiscal year 21-22. Noting complaints received, we received just shy of 1,400 complaints during this window, which is a 14% decrease compared to the prior fiscal year. But I would like to note, since the beginning of February and continuing on for much of this month, there's been a significant increase in the number of complaints received. And so I anticipate that number to kind of more level out to prior year as the year moves on. So moving on to investigations and investigations pending on pages 3 through 5. As of January 31st, staff had closed just over 1,500 cases, with 99% of those cases being closed within 1 year. On page 4, members will see during that first 7 months, when we closed it out, we had 648 cases in the pending inventory, and we had 5 cases over 24 months. 4 investigations were ongoing, and 1 investigative report was with management for review. So moving on to discipline, which is on pages 6 through 9 of the report. The AG referrals, the CBA has referred 21 matters to the AG's office and filed 11 pleadings, with the vast majority of those pleadings being accusations. We presently, or not presently, but as of January, the end of January, we had 34 matters pending at the AG's office, and the CBA took action on 22 disciplinary matters through January. On page 9, I would just like to note 1 correction. We had identified on the cost orders, the cost recovery order, that amount was equal to about 34% of total investigation and prosecution costs. Actually, that was 46%. So we'll be adjusting the year to reflect that going in the future. So moving to citation and fines, this is on pages 10 and 11. CBA issued just over 230 citations, with nearly 80% being for the 20 and 12 violation. And looking at page 11, the CBA has received 41 citation and fine appeals. We've modified 2, withdrawn 20, and then upheld or affirmed 15 of the citations so far. Unlicensed activity on page 12 and 13. The CBA received 171 complaints regarding unlicensed activity and has obtained compliance in 262 of these matters. When we circle back around at the May meeting, this is the area that will likely see the significant increase, because this is where the volume of cases, complaints have come in since February. So these numbers will likely go up as well. Finally, moving to probation monitoring. The CBA ended January with 123 individuals on probation. We've identified 39 probation violations, with the vast majority, again, as always, being cost reimbursement and submitting quarterly reports. We are all caught up with outstanding probation orientations. And at this time, I'll turn discussion back over to the board and President Savoy, and I'll do my best to answer members' questions.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Do we have any questions of the board regarding this report? Seeing none, do we have any questions of the public on this report?
Now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you. Thank you from Mr. Franzella for this report. Appreciate it. Moving on to agenda item 12, A, the report of the licensing activity. Ms. Senator.
Thank you, President Savoy. The Licensing Activity Report, or LAR, covers the period of time between July 1, 2021 and January 31st, 2022. The LAR has been streamlined to focus on areas believed to be of greatest interest. The LAR begins by reporting our processing times. With the dedication and hard work of my licensing staff, I'm pleased to report that we remain well below our 30-day goal. For your reference, included in this report is the Nazba Uniform CPA Examination Performance Summary. This is for the fourth testing quarter of 2021. If you turn your attention to page 2 of the LAR, there were over 81,000 stakeholder inquiries in the form of emails and telephone calls. On page 3, you will see that the CPA exam administered by Nazba will undergo revision in 2024 as part of CPA Evolution. This morning, John Johnson from Nazba shared an update regarding CPA Evolution, including the approved transition plan as it relates to section credits from the current and new examination. The plan is also outlined in the LAR. On to pages 3 and 4. As of January 31, the examination unit has approved over 11,000 applications to sit for the exam. The initial licensing unit has approved nearly 2,500 applications for CPAs and firms. On pages 5 through 7, data related to renewal deficiencies and continuing education audits are displayed. Specifically, Table 7 includes CE audit data. As of January 31, 623 of the 755 audits completed in 2021 are considered compliant. 527 licensees have been selected for a fiscal year 21-22 audit. Of those, 339 have already been found to be compliant. Table 8 includes population data. On January 31st, the CBA had a grand total of 1,272 licensees, registrations, and permits. On page 9, data related to military and refugee, asylee, and special immigrant visa holders are displayed. We are happy to continue our support for these groups by providing escalated processing and a dedicated liaison. That concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it back over to President Savoy. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Senator. Ms. Salazar.
Ms. Senator, this may be something that was covered previously and I've forgotten, but on page 2, there's a stakeholder inquiries and we outline the phone and email. Can you talk about how inquiries through our social media might translate into this? And I'm just curious if at some point as that grows, it might at a future point become relevant to identify the source of people reaching out through social media. So thank you for your comments.
Sure, happy to respond to that question. We do hope that as we increase our social media presence, as well as the website redesign that Patrick has presented on to the board, we hope that those products that allow for more self-service, if you will, may eventually lead to a reduced number of inquiries. Those are, of course, in the fairly beginning stages, and so we have not quite seen that happen yet, but we do hope that is an outcome of those projects.
May I ask a clarifying question? So what happens when someone has a question? Would you remind me what happens when someone has a question on social media? I'm sure we're not answering on social media, but how do they get redirected, and do they get redirected into one of these channels?
We're happy to. Often our individual who responds to our social media inquiries will respond privately to that individual with information. If they are unable to do so, then they are routed to one of my staff and we do respond. So at this point, we don't have such a large volume on social media that we're having to redirect them into one of those other channels. In other words, via our main line or via our email support system. But eventually, if that social media increases, I can see that could potentially happen. But right now, we do not have to do that.
Thank you for advising that you guys are being responsive to those requests and handling it. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of the board? Can you open it up for public questions or comments on this report, please?
This is the moderator. I've opened up the Q&A. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of a square icon, type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field, and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. With that, thank you, Ms. Center, for a great report. Moving forward to agenda item 13, which is the approval of minutes. If any member would like to make a motion to adopt the minutes of the January 20th, 21st, 2022 CBA meeting, which includes non-substantive edits that were noted after materials received, please do so by raising your hand. Ms. Salazar.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the minutes of the January Board of Accountancy meeting.
Mr. Silverman. Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, please open it up for public comment before we vote.
The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Yes. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens. Katrina Salazar.
Yes.
Michael Savoy.
Yes.
Mark Silverman.
Yes.
And Yen Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Agenda item 13B. If any member would like to make a motion to adopt the minutes of the November 19th, 2021 and the January 20th, 2022 strategic planning workshop, which also includes any non-substantive edits that were noted after materials received, please do so. Ms. Hines.
So moved.
Ms. Owens. Any further discussion, comments? Please open it up to the public so we can hear anything before a vote.
The Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Yes. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar.
Yes.
Michael Savoy.
Yes.
Mark Silverman. And Yen Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we will aggregate letters C, D, E, F, G, and H. If any member would like to make a motion to accept the minutes, specifically in those items C through H, which includes any non-substantive edits, please do so. Mr. Silverman.
I move that we adopt all those listed minutes.
Ms. Chu.
I second it.
Any other comments from the board? Please open it up for public comments.
Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and send. I would like to make a comment to all panelists. No requests. Should I close the Q&A?
Yes, please, Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Yen Tu. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving ahead to agenda item 14. A, there is no report. B, there is no report. Under 1, Ms. Corrigan, can you report on 14B2, please?
President Savoy. So the Pacific region, we held a conference call on February 8th. As you know, that involves the states of Alaska, Arizona, California, of course, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and the territories of Guam and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, and asking them what issues they were having, some of them not really having anything going on at the moment. CNMI, lack of board members, no board to meet. So they're trying to work with the governor, their governor, and make appointments. California mentioned we had Ms. Bowers representing us there. Difficulty in filling some positions, especially in the investigative CPA area, and challenges there, exploring, looking to working with consultants or other outside vendors. Guam, University of Guam trying to establish a 150-hour program for Guam residents, and the fact that they lost $400,000, which for them is a tremendous amount on their test center revenue due to the pandemic. Hawaii having difficulty finding board members. They do have a board, but difficulty finding additional members. Oregon just terminated their executive director, and so the search for that is on, and ultimately, for an interim person and ultimately a temporary executive director. Washington has gone through their first renewal cycle using online CPE tracking functions, so going through transition issues with that. Some of the focus questions that were handled at that conference call had to do with, of course, has anyone heard anything about Cpa Evolution? And at this point, no one really has, but we know that that is forthcoming, especially from our presentation from Mr. Johnson earlier today or this morning. So that is forthcoming. Other questions had to do with peer review feedback. Are the states receiving information when firms are being disciplined or receiving bad reports, that sort of thing. Generally, firms did not, or states did not have anything in particular to report. Big question too, whether boards are digitizing their records and documents. Many of those smaller states have made great strides. We know that California is the largest as far as licensees and the volume of what we handle. And so Ms. Bowers, of course, reported that that is all in process, but of course, a huge process and will take time to accomplish. And that completes that part of my report, and I turn it back to you, President Savoy.
Thank you. Any questions on this report? Please open it. I see none from the board. Ask for any public comments, please, on this report.
Q&A is open. Instructions on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and send. I would like to make a comment to all panelists. No request. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Item 3, there's no report. Ms. Corrigan, if you don't mind going through items B and C together so we can move this along.
Certainly. Thank you, President Savoy. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, the Computer-Based Testing Administration Committee has been very busy, and I think we're accomplishing all of our annual meetings within a 2-month period. We met on February 9th, February 15th, March 2nd, most recently on March 23rd. 2 of those 4 meetings were joint meetings with the Executive Directors Committee. This all had to do with exam changes, the updates. We received a presentation on AICPA's white paper, which of course has not been released yet, infrastructure changes, some of the mechanics of items that had to change for security reasons in the exam, and also transition process and how to accomplish all of this and keep it fair to the candidates. So none of that is available for public release. Very soon it will be released to executive directors and boards, ultimately to the public. So it's quite a process going on right now. And unless there are questions on that agenda item, that's really all I can say. Relations with Member Boards Committee had a Zoom meeting on March 18th, planning for the Western and Eastern regional meetings and getting ready for that. The Western is June 7th through 9th in Colorado Springs, and the Eastern is June 27th through 29th, and that's in Virginia. And other than that, and we will be accomplishing at those meetings, by the way, new board member orientations, which in the past new board members have attended. So that concludes my report, President Savoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of board members on this report, on these two reports? Seeing none, please open it up for public comment or question.
Q&A is open. Instructions on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay, unless there are any objections, I'd like to move forward and try and accomplish the last three agenda items before lunch, which lunch is on your own, since we'll be finished with our meetings. Moving forward to item 15, report on the Committee of Professional Conduct and Legislative Committee reports. Let's first do the professional conduct. Mr. Silverman.
President Savoy, I don't have talking points on this matter. Ms. Reed, correct me if I'm wrong. So what I would ask is staff, and particularly Ms. Center, if she could discuss the outcomes of the three motions and approvals of the committee so that the full board could understand them.
Ms. Pierce?
I can actually, Mr. Silverman, I apologize that you did not get the talking points. I can make sure staff send those over to you. And in the interim, I can give an overview of the first item so that we can keep the meeting moving forward. And then, Mr. Silverman, if you get those, then we can, I can certainly turn it back over to you if that works for both you, Mr. Silverman, and President Savoy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
So much. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, item 15A2, staff provided a presentation regarding proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Sections 12 and 12.5, to eliminate the second signature requirement on the certificates of general and attest experience forms and consolidate information into one form for each type of accounting experience requirement. At its July 2021 meeting, the CBA directed staff to work with the Department of Consumer Affairs Legal Counsel to draft proposed amendments to Regulation Sections 12 and 12.5 to remove the second signature from the incorporated certificates of experience forms. This will allow the CBA to more closely align with industry standards and the CPA licensure requirements of other state boards of accountancy. Additionally, this will alleviate a cumbersome process for both applicants and licensees when completing certificates of experience forms. Further, there are presently 4 experience forms. 2 certificates of general experience forms, and 2 certificates of attest experience forms. With the elimination of the second signature requirement, the 4 forms can be consolidated into 2, one for general accounting experience and one for attest experience. Along with the consolidation, the forms will incorporate other technical revisions, including removing references to outdated regulation sections and the restriction of the use of black ink when signing the form. During public comment, Jason Fox with Cal CPA and Pat Joyce with KP Public Affairs representing the national firms also voiced support for eliminating the second signature. The CPC recommended that the CBA approve the proposed language for CCR sections 12 and 12.5, approve the modified certificate of general experience and certificate of attest experience, repeal the certificate of general experience, private industry or government, and certificate of attest experience, private industry or government, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. And I'm almost done with this motion. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day public comment period and no hearing is requested, to authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proposed regulatory text at CCR sections 12 and 12.5 and the forms incorporated by reference as noticed. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second, and I will turn it back to President Savoy for discussion and a vote.
Thank you. Do I have a second on this motion? Mr. Jacobson? Thank you. Is there any discussion? Please open it up for public comments before we vote.
The Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on your screen shortly. And if you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Individual identified as Jason Fox would like to make a comment. And Board President, if you can please confirm it's a 5-minute time limit.
That is correct.
Thank you. So Jason, I will send a request to unmute your microphone. Give me just a moment. Request has been sent.
California Society of CPAs, as Ms. Pierce noted, we supported and spoke to that effect during the committee process yesterday, and support the motion on here. Thank you for the important efforts here.
Another individual identified as Pat Joyce would like to make a comment. Pat, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
KP Public Affairs. On behalf of the national accounting firms, just want to thank the board staff and the committee for the work on this issue, and strongly encourage the board to approve the proposed changes. Thank you.
Board President, no further requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Corrigan?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines? Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens? Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Michael Savoy? Mark Silverman?
Yes.
Yin too. And the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving ahead to item 15, number A, letter A, number 3. Mr. Silverman, do you have your talking points yet?
Yes, I do, President Savoy. This is a discussion and possible action to consider changes to previously proposed text and reauthorization of a regular rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Sections 87, Basic Requirements 88, Programs which qualify, 88.1 provider requirements, 88.2 program measurements, 89 control and reporting, and 90 exceptions and extensions. Staff provided a presentation regarding proposed amendments to continuing educations provided in CCR Title 16, Sections 87, 88, 88.1, 0.2, 89, and 90. Staff requested the CBA to rescind its prior approval of the regulatory text from July 2020 and approve new regulatory text submitted in the 4 attachments for this agenda item. The proposed regulatory text contains several changes compared to the text that was approved in July 2020. The most notable proposed change was to the non-technical CE requirements. The proposed text includes examples of course content that may be acceptable under each of the subject areas. The new text clarifies that non-technical CE must contribute to the professional competence of a licensee, consistent with current language that disallows content that does not contribute to a licensee's professional competence. The other changes include clarity in terms of the description of blended learning, clarity regarding the licensing requirements for those participants who are pre-testing self-study and adaptive self-study documentation, to create consistency for pre-testing of documentation, replace gender-specific terms with gender-neutral term there, various technical formatting and grammar edits. Also, there was discussion regarding placing a cap on the number of hours a licensee could claim using the new learning method of NANO. This would be in addition to the limitations that exclude NANO learning from being used for ethics, fraud, and the CBA-approved regulatory review course. Staff researched Nazba records and found that of the 37 jurisdictions that allow NANO learning, only 6 impose a cap on the number of hours that can be obtained during a renewal cycle. The CPC recommends that the CBA rescind the board's July 23rd, 2020 motion and prior proposed text, approve the proposed regulatory language presented in attachment 1, direct staff to submit the text to the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. If no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if one is requested. If no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if one is requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations at sections 87, 88, 88.1, 0.2, 89, and 90 as noticed. Further, the CPC recommends that the cap on NANO learning be discussed again in 2023. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second. I'll turn it back to President Savoy for a discussion and vote.
Thank you. There was any discussion at the board level? If not, open it up to the public for any comments.
Open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and send "I would like to make a comment" to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan? Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson? Dan Jacobson, Dee Owens, Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
Yin Tu, and I'll come back to Dan Jacobson. Can we pause for just a moment?
Yes. Somebody trying to call him?
We'll reach out now.
Thank you. It was probably the length of the motion that got him all.
This is Dan Jacobson. I was kicked out by technology. It hates me.
Do you vote in favor of this motion?
I do.
Thank you.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving along, Mr. Silverman, number 4.
Thank you, President Savoy. This is a discussion and possible action regarding petition hearings associated with consideration of a reinstatement of a voluntarily surrendered license. Staff provided a presentation regarding a possible modification of the procedures for reinstatement of a voluntarily surrendered CPA license for non-enforcement matters. Presently, for individuals seeking to reinstate a license, whether the surrender was the result of disciplinary action or voluntary in nature, the Accountancy Act requires the individual to petition the CBA, and petition hearing is scheduled for a regular board meeting. Staff proposed modifications to the procedures for a very limited subset of petitioners, specifically those individuals petitioning the CBA for reinstatement of their license that was voluntarily surrendered, not due to disciplinary action. The proposed modifications would be: the petitioner submits a written request for petition application. Staff schedules the petition for a CBA meeting, provides the Office of the Attorney General notice and an opportunity to submit written arguments to the CBA to consider. Staff compiles these written materials included in the CBA meeting materials. The CBA will convene into closed section to discuss the petition and will direct DCA legal counsel to prepare a written decision. If during deliberations the CBA votes to require oral arguments, staff will schedule such arguments for a future meeting. The benefits include reduced costs and a more efficient process for the CBA and petitioners. The committee recommends that the CBA adopt the proposed modifications to its procedures for handling reinstatements for individuals who voluntarily surrendered their CPA license. Direct staff to work with DCA legal counsel to develop possible regulations around the modified procedures. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second. I turn it back to you, President Savoy.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at the board level? Seeing none, please open it up for public comment.
Instructions on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon and send "I would like to make a comment" to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan, Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson, Dee Owens,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman, and Yin Tu.
Yes.
We have the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to The Legislative Committee report, Mr. Jacobson.
So I first would like to ask legal, we have two bills on which the committee took no action. Does the law require us to open that up to the public? The other bills will need votes on.
And what was the reason for no action?
I think on both of them, we just maintained what we already had. Position-wise.
I would always recommend we open it up for public comment. So I will submit on that. Plus, I believe even though the committee took no action, the board would still retain the option of taking no action.
Ellen, is it possible to combine both of them, or should it just go ahead and handle them individually?
I have no issue with combining them as long as the public has an opportunity to comment.
All right, we'll go ahead and try to do.
Okay, thank you.
Technical difficulties with Mr. Jacobson, so just give us a moment, please.
Can you hear me? I'm back. Okay, here we go. The legislative committee met, and the first item is simply a written report on the CBA's 2022 legislative tracking chart. Just shows where what our positions are on things that have already been positions that have already been taken, and that's provided for you. Next, I'm just going to go through these bills. The longest one is the first one, and it's AB 646, the Department of Consumer Affairs Board's expungement convictions. Staff reported that AB 646 would require a licensing board under the DCA, including the CBA, to update information on its online license search system regarding licensees who have had their licenses revoked due to criminal convictions that are subsequently expunged pursuant to Penal Code Section 1203.4. The CBA presently has a watch position on this bill, and while CBA staff do not have an opinion regarding any policy-related issues pertaining to the bill, staff have concerns regarding many implementation procedures attached to items in this bill. Staff recommended that the CBA make a motion to change its position to oppose unless amended. I expressed that I disagree with the staff's recommendation, which I had discussed with staff earlier. Staff had told me that earlier that there were potential logistical problems, and I asked staff what they were, and they're detailed in your papers, and they have to do with the wording of the bill. Dominic noted that various staff identified concerns with the effective implementation of the bill, including issues with various terms used in the bill that do not align with those currently used within the California Accountancy Act, and issues with addressing disciplinary matters with multiple causes of discipline that extend beyond a conviction. Dominic also noted potential impact with existing mobility provisions. Ms. Hines expressed concern regarding an oppose unless amended position, expressing the need to adopt a more collegial position with the author's office and work with them on possible amendments to resolve the implementation concerns. Staff reported that the CBA has been providing the author's office with our analysis and had not received any communication regarding addressing the concerns until recently. They indicated a willingness to review our concerns. However, that may not occur until June, which is fairly late in the legislative process, right before the July 1 deadline for policy committees to meet and report on bills. So there is the committee went against my wishes and in favor of staff's, and recommends that the CBA take an oppose unless amended position on AB 646. This is a fully formed motion, so it doesn't need a second. I also want to comment that if this position is approved by the CBA, Ms. Hines has requested that staff work with the president, Michael, to ensure the position letter includes specific information regarding the CBA concerns, implementation issues, and impact on the CBA's mobility program. So with that fully formed motion, I turn this over to the president.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at the board level regarding this motion? Seeing none, please open it up for any public comments before we vote.
Open instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and send. I would like to make a comment to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Yes.
Dan Jacobson. Dee Dee Owens.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar. Michael Savoy.
Yes.
Mark Silverman. And Yin Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Next item, please.
Assembly Bill 1604, the Upward Mobility Act of 2022. Excuse me. I'm going to put this with the other one on which we took no action. We'll move on to Assembly Bill 1662, Licensing Boards, Disqualification from Licensure, Criminal Conviction. AB 1662 would permit prospective license applicants who have been convicted of a crime to submit to the board a request for a pre-application determination that includes information provided by the prospective applicant regarding their criminal conviction. The bill would require the board to determine if the prospective applicant may be disqualified from licensure by the board based on the information submitted with the request. Staff reported that currently the CBA does not provide a definitive answer to individuals who contact the CBA regarding potential impacts a criminal conviction may have on their respective ability to get licensed, because it is limited to reviewing only the information as submitted by the applicants. If applicants fail to disclose all information or do not provide all relevant details, the CBA's review is significantly limited. Further, with the limited information, the CBA could not perform an appropriate investigation to provide a more definitive answer. The committee recommends that the CBA take a watch position on AB 1662. This is a fully formed motion and doesn't require a second. I return it to the president.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Please open it up for public comments before we vote.
The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the Q&A icon and send I would like to make a comment if you would like to participate. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens, Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Yen Tu. The motion carries.
Thank you. Move along, Mr. Jacobson.
1733 deals with the open meetings laws. AB 1733 would permit state bodies to meet via teleconference, permit state body members to participate either remotely or in person, and require state bodies to permit members of the public to directly address the state body during a teleconferenced meeting. The bill requires members who participate remotely with another to have another adult present at their location to report that presence and to report that presence. In the event of a known connection failure, the state body would be required to adjourn the meeting. The Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA take a support position on AB 1733. This is a fully formed motion, does not require a second, and I return it to the president. Michael, I'm returning 1733 to you.
Thank you. If there's any comments from the board, how about comments from the public?
Q&A open. Instructions will be on the screen shortly. If you'd like to participate, click on that Q&A icon and send I would like to make a comment to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Let's move along.
Corrigan,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens, Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Yen Tu. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
AB 1795. This also deals with open meetings, but it is different, as you'll hear. AB 1795 would require state bodies who conduct meetings in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to permit all persons to participate in person and remotely, which is defined as a location other than the physical location designated on the agenda via electronic communication. This bill does not address, excuse me, the ability to continue to meet via teleconference under the provisions of the current executive order, nor does it address how to proceed with a meeting if technological issues occur before or during that meeting that would prevent a person from participating remotely. The Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA take a support if amended position on this bill and direct staff to discuss possible technical amendments with the author to more closely align this bill with the provisions of Governor Newsom's Executive Order N122. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second, and I return this issue to the President.
Thank you. Any comments from board members? Seeing none, please open it up for public comments.
Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the Q&A icon and send "I would like to make a comment" to all panelists if you're interested. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson, Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman, and Yen Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
So Senate Bill 1365 would require licensing boards within the Department of Consumer Affairs to post on their individual internet websites a list of criteria used to evaluate applicants with criminal convictions so that potential applicants for licensure may be better informed about their possibilities for gaining licensure before investing time and resources into education, training, and application fees. The bill would also require the DCA to develop a process for each board to use in verifying applicant information and performing background checks of applicants, and would require that process to be mandate that applicants with convictions provide certain court documents instead of listing convictions on application documents. The bill would further require the board develop a procedure to provide an informal appeals process that would occur between an initial license denial and an administrative hearing. The Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA take a watch position on 1365 and communicate the concerns identified in the analysis with the author's office. This is a fully formed motion. It does not require a second, and I return it to the President.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussions at the board? Please open it up for public comments.
Open. Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon and send a request to make a comment to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Nancy Corrigan, Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson, Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman, and Yen Tu.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
The next bill is SB 1443, and it deals with boards within the DCA. SB 1443 would extend the existence of a number of boards, bureaus, and commissions within the DCA for an additional year from January 1, 2024 to January 1, 2025. The extension would also apply to the authority for boards, bureaus, and commissions to designate an executive officer. The CBA will fall under the authority of this bill. So the Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA take a support position on SB 1443. This is a fully formed bill. It doesn't require a second, and I return the issue to the President.
Ms. Salazar?
I'd just like to point out that I feel a support is CBA asking for additional time, and what I heard from staff was that wasn't necessary and that it's business as usual, and as we saw today, they're already preparing for their scheduled report. So I'll be voting no on this because I don't feel we need to support it. It's fine if it passes, and we will accommodate, but I think we should be judicious in our supports so that when we do support something, people are more likely to take notice. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Owens?
Sorry, I might be confused because I believe it's a watch position, right? Not, at least that's what I read, unless what the committee decided was different.
Excuse me just a moment, please. SB 1443, it's a support position that is in the motion.
Okay, then I agree with Ms. Salazar. I will be voting no.
Ms. Bowers?
Just for clarification, when the proposal that staff put forward to the committee recommended a watch position, the committee is recommending the support position.
Thank you. Any other comments? Can you open it up for public comments before we vote?
Q&A is now open. Instructions on the screen. If you would like to participate, click Q&A icon and send I would like to make a comment to all panelists. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, call for a vote.
Corrigan,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens, Katrina Salazar,
No.
Michael Savoy, Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Yen Tu. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
Be the two items on which we took no action. So to be clear, I'm first going to talk about 15B3B, and that's Assembly Bill 1604, the Upward Mobility Act of 2022. Assembly Bill 1604 is referred to as the Upward Mobility Act of 2022. The CBA presently has a watch position. Staff reported that since the last CBA meeting, this bill has been amended, but the amendments do not impact the CBA. So the thought was just leave it the way it is. We took no action. And I'm going to return that to Michael to see if anyone on the board has anything to say, see if the public has anything to say.
Any questions from the board? Please open up for any public comments so we can move forward.
Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. No request. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes. No vote necessary. Move forward.
The last item is 15B, 5A through Q. Review and possible consideration of positions on legislation. The California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Typically, bills in this agenda item are being monitored, and if any are amended in a way that directly impacts the CBA, an analysis will be prepared and presented at a future meeting. Staff did note that item 15B5N, which is Senate Bill 1309 regarding accountants, was formally amended and no longer applies to the CBA. No action was taken on this. I return this to the president.
Thank you. Any comments at all from the board? Okay, please open it up for any public comment.
Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Is that it, Mr. Jacobson?
It certainly is, and now I'm going to have a drink of water.
There you go. You deserve it. Okay, moving along. Last but not least, agenda item 16A, closing business. Do we have anybody that would like to make any suggestions for future CBA board meetings or agenda items? Okay, at this time, turn it over to the moderator to see if there's any public comments regarding future board.
The Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. I do have a request from Jason Fox. Jason, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Sent request.
California Society of CPAs, not sure if this is the right agenda item here, but since it was mentioned earlier in the meeting, I do want to congratulate Ms. Bowers on a wonderful career and her upcoming retirement. Very well earned. She's well respected across the country and probably one of the few people that has impacted the CPA profession in California nationally more than anyone else. And so we're very excited for her and looking forward to the process of working with her replacement. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
No further requests.
Thank you. Well said, Mr. Fox. We all agree. At this time, I'd certainly like to thank everybody for their patience and being able to make it through this meeting, that we're able to break for the entire day, 1 minute before the lunch break. So thank you all for making this happen today. Look forward to hopefully seeing you all in person at our next meeting. But until then, thank you all. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend and see you all soon.
Bye, everyone. It's a pleasure.
Bye.